Happy Sunday, my friends. Welcome to a brand new Chill Art Sunday. The stream where Mark is actually not ready to actually begin the stream because he forgot to get the drawing tablet out, and I am actually literally with the thing on my hand right now, getting it out of the sleeve, and I haven't even plugged it into the USB. But anyway, repeat a rip day, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm actually gonna be a minute here before I can actually start doing any art, so enjoy my desktop wallpaper or something, I guess, because as I said, I didn't plug in the tablet. Oh no, there's a little bit of dust here on top of the thing. Hang on a second, I gotta clean it up. There we go. If someday I ever start using a webcam, you're gonna see what I'm doing here right now. I don't know why I just said that. Whatever. Scratch everything that I had just said. Anyway, I was actually supposed to do this way before I started the stream, but I don't know why. For some reason, even though I did not wake up late today, well, I actually did, but I woke up in time for the stream. The point is, I don't know why, even though I did wake up in time and I got to the PC in time and all of that stuff, I don't know why I didn't prepare the tablet. I don't know why it took so long to prepare everything for today's stream, to be honest. Sorry, I just banged the microphone. I hope that wasn't too bad for you guys. The thing is, to put my tablet... sorry, I hit the microphone again. To put my tablet in the desk here, and unlikely, torpedo, unlikely. To put my desk, to put my tablet on the desk here and position it in a comfortable position so I can use it, I have to raise the microphone just slightly and slide a piece of the tablet underneath one of the legs of the support for the microphone, which is why I just accidentally bumped the microphone 2 or 3 times. Okay, now I gotta figure it out. Tablet is plugged in. Now I just gotta figure it out if this is in the correct position so it is comfortable. And the way that I do that is I position myself in the chair, open paint over here, and I draw a vertical line and a horizontal line. And the tablet is not aligned. The way I know is based on the lines. If these lines are not completely vertical or horizontal, like this for example, then I know the tablet needs some more adjusting. This is stuff that I normally do way before I start streaming. This would do. But my hand is still a little wet. Just washed my hands, so now I have water on the tablets. That's not good. There we go, that's better. Alright. Now I can properly start the stream. Hi. Okay, let's open the project that I have been working on for the past couple Chill Art Sundays. And let's resume works on those. And yes, I did say those because I am working on 2 things at the same time. They are technically the exact same thing, except one is a final picture and the other one is a base template. But because they are basically the same thing, I am making progress on both of them at the same time. Or as much of the same time as I possibly can do it. Pony does a blap, base. Alright, coloring. The person next to me says that she also wants you to use a face cam. Yeah, as I said before, maybe someday, maybe if I have enough of a average audience on streams to justify such a thing, maybe, I don't know. Unlikely. I am very shy, and besides, as I said before, not only I would have to invest money, which I don't have, in a webcam, but I also would have to invest some money on not exactly making a background exactly, but I definitely would have to do something about the background over here on my little corner of the bedroom, because it's not exactly a pretty sight. Like if I were to have a webcam right now, what you would be seeing would be a solid white wall right next to my right shoulder. I actually cannot even extend my arm here. If I just lift my right elbow, I hit the wall. I don't know if you can hear this. Can you hear that? That's me hitting my elbow on the wall. And right behind me there's also another wall. And on my left side, also the wall that is on my back, there's a very large mirror that reflects everything that is in my bedroom on the other side. So definitely not exactly something that would be pleasing to the eyes. So if someday I ever use a face cam, I'm gonna have to do something about this background here. Excuse me. Face review at 100,000 subs. My god. Oh man. Yes, we need such a bot that makes you famous with 1 million subs. Who knows, maybe someday. Alright, let's see, what have I done so far? And what do I have to do next? So this is Silvertrot, my pony OC. By the way, I have been trying to think of a new picture to work on after I am done with this, and I want to draw a dragon again. I haven't drawn a dragon in a while, so... And I love dragons! I gotta draw another one soon. But let's focus on this now. So this is little Silvertrot. Hi Terrican, happy Sunday, thank you for joining. Welcome. And this is the base template that I was saying. For those of you who don't remember or missed past streams, this here is supposed to be a base template for a new YCH auction commission that I'm going to be launching on DeviantArt soon. You're very welcome. But in other words, this is a base that can be turned into basically any character, so long as it is a pony, of course. So the base template here has a stallion version, you know, male version, and a mare version, but you know, female. And because these two, and Silvertrot here is actually Silvertrot. I was gonna say Silvertrot over here used the same base template as this here, but actually it's the other way around. I made the base template after I drew Silvertrot. The point is, I can turn this into any pony character, basically. And because these two are basically the same thing, as you can see here, that is why I am trying to make progress on both of them at the same time. Also, by the way guys, on the last show at Sunday, you might remember my voice on the microphone was fairly quiet. There were two reasons for that. One, that was because I actually had just woke up on that day, so my voice, well, basically I was still booting up. But also I discovered that the volume settings on my microphone in Windows, those have been changed for some reason somehow. So the microphone was actually lower. The volume of the microphone was actually lower. But today it should be normal. I actually checked this before I started the stream. Yeah, this wasn't set to 100. This was down to, I think, maybe 70 or something. And that actually made a very huge difference. I was checking the VOD of that stream, and my microphone was indeed very quiet. Much more quiet than it should be. Okay, now for real, what am I gonna do next here? I have finished coloring Silvertrot completely. I can see that his line arts are fully colored. He was checking the voice volume but forgot the tablet. Ironically. Ironically indeed. The base template is also fully colored. You know, maybe I should draw a tail for the base template after all. You know, just to have as an example. Oh, I am being a dummy dum. I don't need to draw a brand new tail for the base template. I can just import Silvertrot's tail. Alright, let's see, where is that? Tail, mane, back, goatee, left mane, headline art, body, mane and tail streaks. Where is Silvertrot's tail line art? Head, left back leg, body, right front leg and ear, tail. Ah, here, tail. I read this 3 times. I don't know how I missed it. Alright. I'm just gonna need the tail, so oops. So let's erase the mane and the goatee. Let's go here to base stallion. I'm actually going to use the same line art for both the stallion and the mare. Let's close this group for now. Let's see, body line art. I think I want this layer to be right here. Yes. Let's name this tail line art. Let's erase the guidelines. Now, in case you don't know the way I work, every time that I say the guidelines or erase the guidelines, I am talking about these lines that I have on the edge of the layer. As you can see here, if I drag this tail all around, you can see sort of a square around. I drew this in CorelDRAW, and I use it to just so when I paste something in Photoshop, the object that I'm pasting on a layer is not going to get itself automatically centered here in the middle of the canvas. If I have these lines around, these lines basically dictate the exact position where, in this example here, the tail, the exact position where the tail is supposed to go. Otherwise, if I don't have these guidelines, I call them guidelines, but otherwise, if I don't have the guidelines, what would happen is that if I pasted the tail here in place in this canvas, the tail would be here in the center, kind of like this here. I'm actually going to demonstrate it to you. Let me first erase the guidelines so we don't have them anymore. There. Now if I move the tail around, you can see that you'll no longer see those guidelines. But if I copy the tail now, I'm just gonna paste all over this layer here. There, see how it ended up in the very center of the canvas? That is a problem. It's not, technically it's not really a big deal, not exactly. But it can be a problem sometimes, because then I would have to manually move it and then try to place it exactly where it should go, and sometimes I cannot really place it in the exact position it's supposed to go, so sometimes it might be upset. And in the case of Silvertrot's tail as an example, because his tail I usually use 2 layers for the tail, the line art, and another layer for just these streaks here. If I don't align the tail line art and these streaks exactly right, then things will be offset, and well, it's just not gonna be good, and I'm gonna be extremely annoyed by that. So I always use guidelines. Also, I see a thing down here. There's like a lighter line down here. What is that? What's going on here? Yeah, what the fuck is this? Also, there's a black line here. I thought I had erased all the guidelines on this. Apparently I didn't. Well, in that case, if I didn't, let's do it now. Let's unlock all of these layers that I left locked when I was painting the line arts. Zoom out a bit, and let's select all of these borders. There, now on all of the line art layers, I'm going to be pressing delete. And that should erase all of the guidelines in all of those layers. Let me check on the mare base because there might be some over there as well. Delete, 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 delete. Since I'm here, let's install a tail. It's here. Name it tail line art. I'm going to be using the exact same tail for both of them, just so I won't have to draw a different tail. After all, it makes no sense for me to draw a different tail for the mare and the stallion base template, because each character has a different tail anyway, so whatever character I draw using these bases here, I'm gonna have to be drawing a different tail anyway, so it's pointless to draw one specific tail for each one of these two base templates here, just to serve as an example. It's much easier and simpler to just reuse Silvertrot's tail. Alright, since I'm here, let's begin with the mare then. Let's name this new layer tail color. Let's select tail, modify, expand by 1, invert selection, go to tail color and make a mask. Let's sample this color, which is actually just a solid white. Use a bigger, hard, round brush. Color that. And sample this gray so I can color the line art of the tail. There. Wait, what am I doing? No, I'm not supposed to do this. I'm actually supposed to do it like I did for the horn and the wing. After all, this tail here is just a sample of what could go here. There, this is what I am supposed to do. And as for the color, this goes to a 50% opacity. There we go. That's how this is supposed to be. Let's just now fix the little flaws like this here. And move on to do the same thing for the stallion version of this base template. Fix that corner. Fix this one. And this one. Things like this is what I usually call color leaking or color leakage and that stuff. I have some weird terminologies that I made up. Alright, now I have two options. I can either manually do the exact same thing that I have done here, but for the stallion version of the base template, or to make things easier, I can simply select both of these layers and duplicate them. And then bring them over to the stallion. Bring them over to the stallion and replace the original ones, which would be actually just this one here. Let's move this to here. Rename it so we can remove the word copy, and voila, it's done. And save. Always remember to frequently save your progress whatever you're doing. You never know when something will go wrong, but believe me, eventually something will go wrong. You don't want to lose your progress, and if you do, at least you have some left. Okay, let's see here. So this guy is colored. As far as the base template itself goes, I think this is finished. Same thing for the mare. Actually, I think the next thing that I have to do is draw the line, not the line art, the background. Also, I was looking at this picture earlier this week, and I have a feeling I have a feeling like that the character is not properly centered on the screen. I feel like the character should be more centered. I think I'm gonna do that. Stadium base body line art. Let's bring this into Photoshop. And let's erase the guidelines just on the sides. On the sides. Yes, but some more in the center as well. Let's leave just a teeny tiny bit of a guideline on the very top in the middle, and a teeny tiny little bit on the bottom, but also in the very middle. The reason for this is because I want to keep this aligned vertically, but I want to allow Photoshop to center this entire thing here in the very middle of the screen, of the canvas. So now if I am doing this correctly, if I copy this, and let's close this for now. I copy that and paste it here on top of everything. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted. Question is, do I want it right here? I'm gonna move Silvertrot and have him match this black line art to see if what I am thinking is actually going to be a good idea, and if it works. And if it works, then I'll keep it, and I would transfer the same change to the base template. Excuse me. So let's select all of these, and sure, color set as well, why not? Zoom in quite a lot, because right now something that I'll have to do is align all of these line arts as perfectly as I can. There must be pixel precision. And okay, I think this is it. Let's hide the sketch. That's not quite what I wanted. That'll do. That's the wrong layer. There, that's what I wanted. Alright, the body of the character is very centered right now. But weirdly enough, it looks to be a little offset to the right. Our right. But that would be the left of the screen. But it's not because it actually is, it's because of the tail. The tail is making it look like the character is actually more to the side rather than in the very center. That is a very weird but interesting optical illusion, I would say. Don't you think? Let's re-enable the sketch here. Wow, that does look weird. What an interesting effect. Okay, what if I bring it a little more over to here? Oh, I know. I have an idea. I have an idea that is going to be better than trying to align to center the character using the just one layer of a line art. All I gotta do is actually hide, oops, stay there, is actually hide all layers and leave just Silvertrot himself like this. Then save this as a PNG file with transparency as the background, of course. There. That's been saved. And now we bring this into Photoshop. Just like so. Let's close this layer because I will not need that anymore. And let's make this all black. Copy. Let's erase layer 5 and paste this on top. Ah, right. This is why I needed the guideline on the very top and on the very bottom, but in the very center. Otherwise, Photoshop would align the thing right here, exactly where this is. So the way I'm gonna do this is to fix that rather, or should I say to avoid that problem. I'm gonna do little blob right here and another one right here. Now these two blobs should serve as a guideline to keep this silhouette in the very center on the vertical axis, but allowing the silhouette to still be centered horizontally. So now if I paste that over here, there we go. Okay. And now let's select all of Silver's layers again. And let's move them to match the silhouette. Alright, I am not entirely sure if this alignment is correct. I hope it is. Yes, it is. I've managed pixel perfection there. Excellent. Okay, so the character should be very centered right now. Hang on a second. Isn't this the exact same position that I have on the sketch? You know what? I think it is. I think I basically just looped around. I went in circles. I thought I was going somewhere, but I just walked in a circle and got back to exactly my starting position. Let's enable the sketch and find out. No, it is actually more to one side than the sketch. So you know what? After all, the position that I have on the sketch is the one to go with. Huh. I thought I needed the whole thing. Hang on, let's select everything again. I thought I needed why can't I speak? I thought I needed everything over here. Then I thought I needed everything over here. But it turns out over here is just perfect. Or maybe a little more to the side here. Yeah, you know what? Screw automatic centering. Let's do it manually. And yeah, I think here seems to be fine. A good balance. Yeah, I like this. Okay. Now I have to bring this same change to the base template. The way I'm going to do that is by duplicating this layer, body line art, over to, let's see, coloring alpha 1. Yeah. Base Mare. Let's select all of her layers, like so. Ah, but wait a second. The stand-in body line art is different from the Mare body base line art. So I think that they are similar enough that I can align them via this line art here. I think this line art is the same. Could be wrong though. And I am wrong. There is a difference here. Okay, I'm gonna need a different layer then. Which layer should I use for the alignment? Oh, I know. Delete this. This leg. This leg is the exact same across both genders, and it is also positioned in the exact same position in both of them. There, see, when I enable the stallion base line art, the leg is there, or more specifically, the hoof. The leg itself does actually have a difference, but the hoof, this here, that is the exact same. See, when I enable the stallion over here, because he's bigger, his body is larger, the leg also gets a little larger here than the mare. Alright, so I'm going to align it using that layer instead. And it should be this one? Yes. So let's copy this. Actually, no, don't copy. Don't copy that floppy. Let's duplicate. Yeah, boy. Oh, you know what? I think I can do this for both of them at the same time. I just have to select both groups together. Let's focus on the hoof. Okay, I think I got it. Let's see. Yeah, I got it. I got it. There's the mare. There's the stallion. And there's just the stallion. Let's compare with Silver Trot over here. Yay! I did get it. Nice. Let's see the mare. Yes, I did it. Okay, let's save. Save both of them. There we go. Right. Now, let's not enable this layer. Let's enable this one. Let's save once more. Okay, so I have everything aligned. It's good. Yeah. I think I should probably not touch on the characters themselves for now. Let's focus on just the background for the time being. So let's expand the background group over here. Actually, it was already expanded. It just doesn't have anything in it. Shall we begin painting ourselves a background? Let's do it. Let's name this layer... Where should I start? I usually begin with the sky. But I think this time I'm going to begin with the ground. Let's call this here Grass Base 1. Yeah. Let's hide silver for now. And let's use the pen tool. I'm not going to draw this background using line arts. This background I am going to do completely and entirely on Photoshop, and if I can make it, I'll make it without line arts. For two reasons. One, well, I don't really think drawing line arts is really going to be necessary, and besides, that is going to take a very long time if I am to do that. Because then I would have to sketch. Well, technically I have already sketched, but then I would have to go into CorelDRAW, draw the vector lines for the final line art for the background. But the second reason is, for a very long time I have been trying to teach myself how to draw stuff without having to rely in line arts. I don't really want to abandon line arts. I like line arts. I think they suit my style. Because, you know, it's a more cartoony style. I like that. But I really would like to learn how to do stuff without line arts as well. I tried to teach myself how to do that with characters, but I failed miserably. So maybe if I at least try to focus on doing that with just backgrounds, that might help ease myself into actually learning more easily all of this process. Well, I have no idea if that made any sense. Point is, I'm gonna try to do this without line arts. So yeah, let's make the selection. Zoom out a bit. We do this and that. And let's make a curve using the pen tool, but a curve that matches the curvature of the ground on the sketch back there. I just saw the February Twitch recap with your account. I sent exactly 269 messages in your stream in February. Nice. Yeah, I saw a month recap thing yesterday as well. I didn't know they were doing monthly recaps now. I thought they only did a yearly recap. Okay, this here should do. Let's make a selection. And let's pick a nice shade of green. I'll probably be changing this shade of green later. But for starters, let's begin with this one. Let's increase the size of this brush. Yeah. And let's... frick, I hate when this happens. And let's color all of this. Oh no, but now I cannot see the roots of the tree and most than half of the mushroom. Oh no, what a disaster. Well, that's why opacity exists. Alright, let's make a new layer now. Let's bring it underneath this. Let's call this one... Hills 1. Yeah. And let's see. Do I want to freehand these hills or do I want to use the pen for a very even selection? I think I'm going to freehand. Let's change the shade of green. Since those hills are supposed to be off in the distance, let's take the atmosphere into account and give this shade of green a little bit of blue. Let's give it a hue of blue. Make it a little lighter as well. Yeah. And let's use now a smaller brush so I can have more precision on the stroke. A little more zoom. Let's try 95%. That's 5, not 95. Apparently I forgot to actually press the 9 key. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, this should be enough. Now I do want to make this kind of wavy, but not too wavy. Or wobbly like I am doing right now. Ah, heck. Fine, let's try with less zoom. Even less zoom. Yeah, let's try at 50%. That way I should not have to move my hand as much. So hopefully that should help with the wobbliness. Oh, you know what actually would help here? If this version of Photoshop had a function called... what is it called again? line smoothing, I think. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Fire Alpaca has that. Say, let's save this. What if I try doing this, but on Fire Alpaca? I know Fire Alpaca can read PSD files. Let's put this little blob here so I can sample this color in Fire Alpaca, and let's close this file and make a backup of this so I don't bork this file specifically if something goes wrong in Fire Alpaca. And if what I want to do works in Fire Alpaca and it doesn't break the file and I can still use this file just fine in Photoshop, then I'm going to use this new version of the file. I'm not even going to bother renaming the file. Let's just keep it with the name copy there. Let's minimize everything and let's open Fire Alpaca. Stop dinging Windows, shut up. Coloring Alpha 0, copy. Alright, this is the exact same file with the exact same layers. I just really hope... Whoa! I was gonna say, I just really hope that Fire Alpaca didn't break anything. I don't think it actually reads PSDs as well as I thought it did. Apparently it doesn't know what to do with Photoshop mask layers. Wow. Well, hopefully that is not going to be a problem, because all that I actually need is just a background. Alright, how do I zoom in Fire Alpaca? Okay, control and scroll with the mouse. Alright. Let's sample this color. And I have to press space. Is this the right layer? That's the wrong shade. Is there opacity enabled on this brush? Also, I probably don't want this brush. That's pen. Although I actually have no idea how to use Fire Alpaca. Brush control 15. 15 what? Is that the size of the brush? It is the size of the brush. Okay, let's go with 45. That seems fine. Stabilizer. Yes, I wish my version of Photoshop had this function. Anti-aliasing, no. Where do I control the opacity? That is a wrong shade, but not because it is a wrong shade. It is a wrong shade because it is semi-transparent. Oh, there it is. Opacity. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm on the wrong layer. This here is the first one that I drew. The layer that I want is this one here. Look at the difference. Okay. Let's try this now. I want to follow the sketch as closely as I can. The last zoom. Yeah, there is some wobbliness here, but I can see that thanks to the stabilizer, the wobbliness is far better here than it is in Photoshop without any stabilization. But I think I can make this better by increasing Stabilize. Let's go all the way to 100. Whoa. Okay, let's try this. Wow. Look at the difference. It is so much better. It's much slower as well, but so much better. Okay, the problem I had with drawing this one line now is that I couldn't really move my hand the way I was supposed to move it. Let me try a little bit of those hand stretching exercises, because I never remember how to do. I never remember the mouth. Please, I need to speak. Allow me to speak, please. I know you want to go back to sleep, but I need to be awake now. Anyway, I was trying to say that I never remember to do my hand stretches before I started. That makes things a little more difficult sometimes. Certain movements that I have to do on the tablet here, they become a little harder. Okay, let's try this now. Also with less zoom, so I don't have to move my hand as much. And the stabilization should hopefully compensate. Let's try. No, not quite like that. What is the thing? No, I am going way too beyond the line. I want the top of the green line that I'm drawing here to meet the sketch line art, not to go past it. Find any phone with a headphone jack that isn't complete garbage. I can imagine you're paying. Okay, this went wobbly, but not because of the stabilization, but rather because of some imprecision on my hand movements. But that was mostly because I had a very small zoom. Alright, let me try this again at this zoom level. A phone reptane that it's not top-notch, it's not new either. It's not high-end, but a phone that has a headphone jack and isn't complete garbage that maybe I could recommend if you're going for Android anyway. It would be the Asus Zenfone Max Pro M1. Is that it? Yes, Asus Zenfone Max Pro M1. It's actually the phone that I chose when I had to migrate from my Lumia 640. I still hate Android, but at least this phone is, well, the phone itself is fine. It's just my only problem is the operating system. Okay, let's give this a little bit of coloring. When my dad draws something, he does always many fast. Wait, what? He does always many fast but weak strokes with his pen. That way he doesn't have his waviness issue. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. That is part of one's, how can I say it? Not exactly method. I'm gonna say method, but that's not quite the word that I was going for. But it also depends on the kind of picture that they are trying to do. For the exact thing that I'm doing right here, that would not really work very well. We like graphite paints. Yeah, that is usually mostly, at least in my case, mostly used when sketching. And it is a technique most favorable when you are working with traditional media. I have someone from the TMP server in my DMs who thinks I am manager and told me I should remove the permanent ban for ban evading. Just you wait. Just you wait, Torpedo. You are in for a surprise the day you join TMP as a staff member. Even if you have absolutely nothing to do with the game moderation team. Many people see you are staff and they immediately assume you are admin. Admin. I remember when I joined Trucks MP as staff, I started as trial support, which nowadays I think it's just a trainee support. But back then, because there was no trainee program, you would start as a trial and then you would be promoted to the full thing, like in the case of game moderation, for example. While now we have a trainee game moderator, and then you have report moderator, and then you have the actual game moderator. And above that, there will be the game moderator leader and so on. Back in the day, you would have only the trial moderator, I think. No, trial admin, actually, that was the name. It would be trial admin, which would be the equivalent to today's report moderator. And then you would have the actual admin, as it was called back then, which would be today's equivalent to game moderator. Excuse me. But then it was called trial, and then the actual thing. And it would be the same thing for the other teams as well. And I started as trial support. And I think it was on my second or third day as trial. I got a few people message me in the game begging me to ban someone. And I was like, I can't, I'm just support. I can't do that. I have this problem as well as a server manager for Korra, and due to similar nickname we have on the server, many people thought I was Korra. Similar names, man. Like meme channel? I do like me some memes. Actually, I'm gonna check this on the other PC. Hang on. Let's put this mouse away. I could really benefit from a larger desk. Oh my god, these pencils! I remember them! Let's put this on the screen for everyone. These bendy pencils, they were everywhere in school when I was still in school, way back in the day. Way back in my day, when I was still in school, we had these pencils. But seriously, they were actually crap. But they were fun. But they were actually crap. That's not actually graphite. They didn't write very well. And to shave them when this needed to be sharpened, not to shave, to sharpen them, they would also be crap. They were fun though. Though I myself never had any of those. Someone did lend me one once, and I did not like using that. It was horrible. It was horrible to write with that thing. Because that is not actually that it doesn't actually have graphite. It can have graphite because it bends, so the graphite would just become dust inside of the thing. So what I think it had in place of graphite was graphite infused plastic. The body of the pencil was actually some kind of plastic as well, which is why it was so bad to sharpen. I had one just to defend myself because of bullying. You could hit another one with very easily. I never thought you could weaponize that pencil. Never occurred to me, even though I also suffered a lot of bullying in school. Well, I was gonna say never physical, but there was a little bit of physicality sometimes. But not that I was actually beaten. I was just pushed around, you know, when a kid is provoking you and they push you to try to get you to react. I never reacted. I actually never have been in a fight in school, never. The only 2 times that I have ever had to go to the principal's office was because I was feeling ill. I wasn't feeling well, so my teacher told me to go to the principal's office and wait there to see if I would get better, and if not, which actually happened also twice, to wait for my dad to come and pick me up early. Yeah, I got beaten up a lot of times. I'm so sorry, Torpedo, that sucks. The bullying that I suffered in school was always mostly verbal. And sometimes people would shove the desks against me to try and squeeze me between my desk and my chair. Always trying to provoke me into responding, which, again, I never did. Because I learned from my dad that if you don't respond... What did I just do here? Oh, I thought this was going to make a new layer. This just copies the layer. Ah, there's a button for duplication. Nice. It's actually something that I have learned from my dad. If you don't respond to the provocation, in most cases, the person provoking you will get tired and just give up. Which is what always happened, eventually. But it was not pleasing one bit, I'll tell you that. A few of them are still in jail for attempted murder, so it was kind of extreme. Wow! I have no idea how the people who bullied me in school have fared in life after we parted ways. If memory serves me right, I think one of them eventually got expelled from school on one of my final years there. Though that person in particular is not one who ever picked on me. He never did, actually. I didn't really relate to that guy. We are not friends or anything. But I'm not gonna say we got along either. But we never had any troubles. No. He always just minded his business, I minded mine, and we were fine with each other in school. But he wasn't exactly one to really obey the rules, if you know what I mean. Actually, I remember once he climbed on the roof and broke a few tiles and got his leg stuck in a hole on the roof. Oh man, I think he spent the day at the principal's office that day. Oh man. In my case, the first one is getting released in a few months. Ignoring them didn't make it better for me, so I started defending myself when they hurt me. That is, of course, an option, a viable option. Thankfully, in my case, I didn't need to react, and actually ignore them worked for me in my case. They didn't escalate. Okay, I went very off chart over here, of course, but that's fine because this area here is supposedly going to be covered up by the tree. so it should be fine. But yeah, I don't know what I would have done, if I should even have done anything, and what if they ever escalated things. Yeah. Oh, how I wish Photoshop CS6 had a stabilizer. This is so handy. Look at this. Granted, I could just simply migrate over to FileAlpaca, but I like using Photoshop. There. I would have needed the close combat self-defense we learned at the military in school. I'm pretty sure that would have been very handy at the time. Though, there would be a slight chance that you would end up landing yourself at the principal's office as well. Oh man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Although I did suffer bullying in school, I do miss my primary school years. More specifically from 4th grade to 8th grade. Those were good times. Apart from the bullying, of course. I had good teachers. I had some good colleagues. That was nice. And it was, at least on the early years of that period, it was at the height of the Pokemon fever. Ow! I hit my keyboard. It was at the height of the Pokemon fever, so after school I would always arrive home, or actually before school. It would depend on the schedule of the TV channel. Either before or after school I would arrive home and Pokemon, the anime, was starting. And I remember I would always turn up the volume of the TV. It was a 20-inch CRT TV, so it was a gigantic black box. But yeah, I would turn up the volume of the TV all the way up, just to blast the theme of the Johto series of Pokemon, because my god, how I love that theme. And in school, kids would bring their Game Boys to play. I remember seeing some kids playing Pokemon Crystal, which had just released, and they were like, "Wow, look at them! The Pokemon, they move! Wow!" You know, they were super amazed. Meanwhile, I had no idea what they were on about. I just knew they were playing Pokemon or something. But I didn't have a Game Boy at the time, so I was at a loss. All I knew was the anime. But yeah, good times. And there was also Poggers. Pogs? I think that's the name. You know, those little circular things that you would play. They have Pokemon stamped on them. I can't remember the name. I think it's Pog or Poggers. Or maybe I'm just thinking of the meme. Frick, now, hang on. What was it again? Pokemon Pogs. I think it is Pogs. Yes, it is Pogs. I actually have a few of these myself. Oh man, this brings back memories. But this is not from the time. This is either a fake image or it is new. Ah yes, these are the ones that we had here. I have both of these here. I have them. The image would the image of these here, it would shift depending on how you moved the Pog. So it would show 2 or 3 evolutions of the Pokemon, like Paras. If you moved it at one angle, you would see Paras. If you move it to a different angle, you would see Parasect. It was awesome. I never played these, I just collected them. I don't have that many, but I do have a few. But yeah, school, you would watch Pokemon on TV, you would collect Pogs, you would play Pokemon on the Game Boy. I remember seeing the school coordinator always walk around with a few Game Boys in her hand. You know, confiscated Game Boys because kids would play Pokemon in class. I hope they got their Game Boys back eventually. The principal even lost her job because she knew. Oh God, why do I always get started by that? Because she knew that she knew what they did with me and did nothing against it. Wow, it was that extreme. Well, if she was aware of it and it was that bad, then I suppose it's a good thing she lost her job after all. But yeah, those were good times. Oh, I went up here with the hill, but that was actually the mushroom that I was seeing. Eh. Well, okay, that's fine. Alright, let's make a new layer now and name it Hills 3. Excuse me. Wow, 2 teachers as well. Yeah, thankfully things were not that bad for me. I actually had really good teachers and a really good principal as well. 2 principals, in fact. They were lovely ladies. I think I only had trouble with one teacher once, and I think it was in 2nd or 3rd grade. Probably 2nd. And ironically, it was my English teacher. And the problem that I had with her is that even though I was just a stupid kid who didn't really know any better, I always felt like she wasn't a very good teacher. She wasn't teaching English quite correctly. And I remember I had an argument with her once, outside of class, of course. And I remember telling her that I was learning more English from the oh, I didn't mean to increase the size of the brush. Not like this anyway. From the English books that my dad was buying me when I was a kid, than from her actually. When I was a kid, my dad used to buy me a collection of children's books called English Junior. Those were illustrated books that would come with a cassette tape. Yes, a cassette tape. And they had a story. They had a story on the book and the same story in the cassette tape, in the form of a kind of an audiobook, you know. And mind you, this was like the mid-90s that I'm talking about. And these books would also come with an electronic pen, which wasn't an actual pen. It was basically just a device that had 2 LEDs and a magnetic tip that you would click on certain black dots on the book, because the book also had some activities. Like the story, the narrator in the cassette tape would narrate the story that you would be seeing on the book, and it would also come with a few activities to, how can I describe it? You know, basically to teach the kid some words in English. So you would use this pen. It was called the beep pen. Sorry. You would click on the magnetic dots on the pages of the book to see what was the correct answer and the wrong answer to some of the questions that the narrator and the book itself would be giving you as the kid. So like, for example, Tommy wants to buy 3 apples. Can you show, in the book it would show the character at a, like, for example, a market, for example, and in front of a fruit stand with oranges, apples, bananas, and etc. So, like the narrator in the book itself would ask, Tommy wants to buy 3 apples. This exact thing wasn't in the book, I'm just making it up as an example. So it would ask, Tommy wants to buy 3 apples. Can you find the apples? And there would be a dot over the apples on the stand. There would be a dot over the bananas, and another dot over the oranges in the book on the stand, on the fruit stand picture. And you would use the beep pen to click. You would literally click. It had a magnetic tip, but you would also have to put some force to actually click the tip of the pen. So you would put the pen on one of the dots that you thought were the right answer. So, and the answer would be in English, of course. So, for example, if Tommy wanted apples and you clicked on the dot for the bananas, for example, the pen would flash the red LED and it would make a noise like bang, you know. But if you clicked on the dot for the apples, then it would flash green and it would go like beep 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 beep, you know, to tell you that, hey, yes, this is the right answer. So yeah, I kind of started learning English with those books. And the argument that I had with my teacher was that I was learning more English from those books than with her. Oh man, good times. I wonder if they still make those books. Let me see. English Junior. Not videos, images. No, it's none of these. I didn't write 90s over here, but fine. Let's see, children's books. And the stories on the books, they follow the same characters. There was this bear that I can't remember his name. There were 3 kids and I think 2 more animal characters. Unfortunately, I lost most of those books as well as the cassette tapes, but I still have the pen and a few of the books and tapes as well. Can I find at least the pen? Oh man, I don't think I can. I remember trying to find those things on Google some time ago. And it was very hard to find, but eventually I did. But it was a very hard to find thing. Such an obscure thing, apparently. See more anyway. Come on. It must be on the internet. I absolutely did not imagine those books. I am very disappointed that I can't find those specific books. There was a collection of books. I didn't have all of them, but my dad got me most of them, I think. There's lots of ads for the English schools. Man, I am disappointed. But anyway, I had that argument. I don't remember what was the outcome of that, but I do remember the principal got involved. But I don't think I got in trouble for that. I'm pretty sure I would remember if I did. Okay, so I got the layers for the grass. and the hills. Let's save this and open it in Photoshop and see if a Fire Alpaca broke anything. I hope not. It did. No! Hey, welcome back, Ripting. Fire Alpaca broke! Fire Alpaca broke the layers for Silvertrot. This kind of thing is the exact reason why I didn't make these changes on the main file, but rather on a copy of the file. Ah, boy. But it's fine. This is absolutely fixable. And I'll show you. First, let me check the actual layers that I made here. Yeah, those lines seem to be smooth. That's good. Okay. Alright, so now you might be wondering, Mike, how are you going to fix that? Well, technically speaking, I won't. What I will do is open the original file that does not have anything messed up, as you can see here, and let's yeet this layer. I will select all of the 3 layers that I made in Fire Alpaca, and I will duplicate them over to the original file. Alpha 0. There we go. It's on top. Set its opacity back to 100. Ta-da! Problem solved. And now I can just discard the one that I worked on in Fire Alpaca. There we go, see? Easy, simple. Okay, let's see now. Next, let's do something about the mushroom. Let's give this a 50% opacity again. Let's make a new layer and call this one mushroom. And let's hide Silvertrot for now. By the way, this is the very first time that I draw a mushroom. For this, I'm actually going to use the pen. I'm drawing a mushroom completely from my imagination. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, you know what? Hang on a second. Let me put the pen away. Let me see if I can find a thing here. I'm gonna turn around and mess around with my drawers here a moment. Hang on. That here. I have a thing with it. Oh, there's my Lumia. Aha! I knew it. Here. I found the Beast Pen. You know that pen, magnetic pen from those books that I was just telling you about? Let's put this away. Close the drawer. The battery on this thing is completely dead. I'm gonna take a photo and show you. Just a moment. Oh, that's a bit... I need to clean the lens. One moment. There, photo taken. Now let's plug this phone into the computer so I can download the photo. Let's see, Android system, file transfer. Zen phone, pictures, not, nope. Camera. There it is. Let's copy this over to the desktop. And let me unplug the phone. There we go. That's the pen that came with those books. This is what they call the beep pen. At least that's what I remember the name being. So yeah, it has this red LED and this green LED, and there's the magnetic tip here. When you pressed, this whole section here would click into the pen, and there's a magnetic rubbery thing at the very point over here, and this is what would read the information from the pages of the book. And if the answer was right, this LED would light up and flash, and it would make a sound. Otherwise, the red one would do it. Oh man, it was fun to use this thing. It is not very comfortable to hold now that I am holding it right now. But at the time, I really didn't bother. Okay, let me put this away. Yeah. That's a relic from my past. Okay, enough of that. Let's go back to the stylus pen for my tablet. Oh, hang on a sec, I'm curious. Can the beep pen work for pressing stuff on the screen of a smartphone? Children just don't care if something is comfortable or not when they enjoy it. Indeed. Oh my god, this thing works on a smartphone. It's not very precise, but it works. Oh my god, it works on a... Wow! Though I have to press on the screen a little hard for it to actually recognize the touch of the pen. But it does work. Wow! It doesn't even have a battery inside. Wow, just wow. This would probably be the most uncomfortable smartphone pen that one could possibly ever use. But hey, it works. I was not expecting that. Alright, back to this. Let's draw a mushroom. I'm going nuts over here. Okay, there's fine. This. Let's begin with the basics here and worry about the actual shape. Excuse me. About the actual shape later. But yeah, children don't really care. I was learning and having fun. I got very sad the first time the battery in that pen died. I remember because we didn't know any better at the time. We thought that only the authorized what's it called? The official support for the books. No. We always thought that we had to take, in order to have the battery in the pen replaced, we had to take it to an authorized repair shop, you know, to have it replaced. So when the battery on that thing died, my dad had to find somewhere that it was presumably authorized by the makers of the book to work on the pen, just to replace the battery. And it's something so absurdly simple. I can do it myself right now if I want to. If I had a battery that fits in there anyway. Which actually, you know what, I am curious. What kind of battery does the thing use? Sorry, I am taking another break from the picture to mess around with this pen. Okay, so to open, I just pull this back. Oh, this plastic is very hard. Okay, what I'm doing here right now is definitely something that would only be more entertaining for you guys if I had a face cam. Yeah, come on. Come on. I'm gonna need a screwdriver to open this. I can do it with my nails, but I clipped my nails recently. They are not long enough. I'm just gonna hurt myself if I keep insisting like that. So let's put it away. But yeah, it's definitely something that I can do it myself. Don't have to take it to any shop like we did back in the day. Oh, if we only knew. All right, let's make a selection here. What color do I give to this? Also, should probably rename this layer here. Let's call this mushroom trunk. Why not? Now, of course, this here is supposed to be a very stereotypical mushroom. A very stereotypical cartoony mushroom. And I think it's supposed to be not white, but kind of like a shade of beige maybe. But I should probably look at the references. Mushroom. Yeah, this kind of mushroom, but a cartoon one. Cartoon mushroom. Yeah, this kind of mushroom. Oh, this is identical to what I am drawing. Yeah, that is a kind of beige color. Alright. Let's go with beige. I know how to make beige. I'm not sure I know how to make beige. Is that beige? I guess that's beige. Let's go with that. I can change this color later, if necessary. That's an egg. That is totally an egg. Okay, let's make a new layer. Let's use the pen again. Oh, hold on. First, let's give this a 50% opacity so I can have everything visible while I am working. Excuse me. So I want this to curve like so, right? I'm gonna have to change some of these anchor points. Pretty sure. But basics first. Let's begin with this. Oh, actually, you know what? This anchor point should go over here. And let's curve it like that. Okay, that seems to be good. Oops. Oh, crap. Help. Wait. Ah, there we go. I held control to try and drag this around instead of space. As I said before, I have never drawn a mushroom before. So I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it and hoping this will work out. Okay, this here could use a little more TLC. I need a new anchor points. I need one here. Yeah. And one here. Yeah. And I need to yeet this one. Oh my god. This is not supposed to do that. Let's fix it. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. Look at that. Alright, I kind of have to do a little bit of the same thing over here. Oh, I just remembered something. You know this English teacher that I just told you guys about, that I had an argument with when I was a kid because I thought she wasn't teaching English very well? Do you know how she would pronounce monkey? Instead of monkey, she would say monkey. And actually I remember the example she gave to the class when she was teaching a technique to remember the word monkey. She would pretend she was limping, or she had her foot hurt, because in Portuguese, when you are limping, you say you are mancando, you know, from the verb mancar, which means to limp. And because apparently in her mind the word monkey sounded like monkey, she would pronounce it as monkey and use a limp as an example to remember. And I knew for a fact from those English books that my dad bought me that pronunciation was wrong. That much I knew. I didn't actually know English at the time. I didn't know how to speak, how to read, how to understand English. But I knew that wasn't right. And that is one of the things that led me to have the argument with her. Okay, I think the shape is fine. Let's make a selection and color this a nice basic shade of red. Yeah, this here seems to be fine. I gotta say though, English was one of the classes that I had the best grades on back in school when I was a kid. It was English, first and foremost. It was Portuguese, science, geography, and I believe history also. I always had very high grades on those classes, especially English and Portuguese. Let's call this layer mushroom hat. Why not? I know mushrooms don't have hats, but whatever. Actually, just mushroom. Yeah, hat's too silly. Yeah, that's a shroom. Now let's drop the opacity, only temporarily. And let's call this layer mushroom spots. And let's draw the spots for the shroom. Let's drop the size of this brush to size 100. And let's draw... Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, see the way the brush moves and it makes these bumps? That's not good. It's not good. If this here now doesn't work out, I'm gonna go back to Fire Alpaca. Yeah, I still have the bumps. Alright. Let's do this here so I can sample this color in Fire Alpaca. Let's save. And save again. Save as. Save over this file here. Let's open Fire Alpaca again. Let's close this tab. As I saw a very bad mushroom over there. Open this. Here, mushroom spots. Sample this color. And you know what? We can use a larger brush for this. A little larger. A little larger. Let's go to size 50. Oh yeah, look at the smoothness. It's so much better. But maybe a smaller size might be more advisable. Now this spot here is ugly. I can make it better. I suppose that works. If necessary, I can adjust that in Photoshop with the eraser. Just this here would do for that one. This should do fine for this. That almost kind of looks like a bean. Now let's try it again. Oh, what the heck? Fine, whatever, just leave it like that. Nope. You know what? For these spots, I should probably reduce the strength of the stabilizer. The strength is actually getting my way for these. Maybe one more spot over here would do fine. Let's add one. Let's add one, considering the shape of the mushroom. Its angle and perspective. There, now can I have the eraser please? No, that's too smooth. soft. Let's try this one. Number 30. Welcome back again, Riptane. Oh yes, this is better. Oh, Phaser Razor is very strong. Ah, I know what's going on here. Let's bump this up to 50. Now I have Thurston Waffles in my ear. Why? What does this one have to do with Thurston? This is a remix, but I hope it's not copyrighted because I don't want to skip this song. It's awesome. Watch this one, add. Okay, I'll check that link in a moment. Just want to finish this spot. Oh, come on. Okay, maybe I'll have to get the details on this thing done in Photoshop. I'm not familiar enough with Fire Alpaca to get this done here. Not yet, at least. But let's make another one like up here. I'll open just a moment, Riptane. Just a moment. Why can't I zoom in again? Oh, right, I forgot. To zoom in, you have to hold Control and use the scroll wheel on the mouse. Here in Fire Alpaca, you cannot use Control plus and minus like you do in Photoshop. Okay, I'm gonna fix the details of these spots in Photoshop. For now, let's save this, close Fire Alpaca, and let's open the copy file into Photoshop. What? Cancel? Oh, I know. Okay, that's because this file open here is the copy file. Okay, I have to open this here again and then open this one. Right. Now let's duplicate mushroom spots over to Alpha 0. Yes. Close this. Don't save. Delete this. Okay, now I just have to fix these spots. Alright, let's see that video there. I hope whatever song is in this video is not copyrighted. Ah! Okay, I see why you remember Elf Thurston. Actually, I have watched this video before. Ah, what a cute cat he was. Thurston was really cute. Yeah, I already like I told you, I haven't seen this before. I'm a meme guy. Alright, let's fix these shrooms here now. Not shrooms, these spots. Brody Quest. That's Brody Quest, Reptane. You know it from Neil Cicierega. I think that's how you pronounce his name. It's a classic. Isn't that? Oh, thank you, but I don't think I sneeze. Oh, you said that because of because I said Neo Cicierega and it sounded weird. Yeah. Excuse me. Alright, I have now to smooth out some edges of these spots. Because even though I used the stabilizer in Fire Alpaca, not everything turned out as perfect as I had hoped with these spots. But it's fine, this is stuff that I can fix with the eraser here in Photoshop. With the eraser and maybe a little, a few light strokes of the brush. Neil Cicierega? I think that is how you pronounce his name. I might be saying this wrong. He's also the guy who has that band called
Bingle bongle dingle dangle, yickety doo, yickety da, ping pong, lippy tappy too ta.
David Tennant as the 10th Doctor is amazing. But yeah, he also has the band called Lehman Demon. Actually, I think his band is the one who made the song. He makes some very, very interesting songs, I have to say. Got forced to play this. Yeah, saying weird words and weird names, basically same vibe. This here didn't go well. Okay, you know what? Let's skip this one. Stop. And go on YouTube. And do this. Oh, she is? Oh, hello, Torpedo's girlfriend. Hi. Welcome to the Chill Art Sunday. Thank you for joining. Okay, I hope this won't be too loud for you guys, so it won't overwhelm my microphone. Let's put this in the corner of the screen so I can see what I'm doing in Photoshop. Yeah, this is the guy. Neil Cicierega. I still don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but that's the one. Oh, you don't know this one? Oh, you should. He's a classic. Almost done with this spot. There. I think that's good. You know from somewhere but not from this video? Well, I'll tell you what. The song is from this video. So whatever you know the song from, that whatever got the song from here. Neil actually has made all of the elements for this song and the song itself available for download so anyone can remix them. can remix them and do whatever they want with the song. Quite wholesome if you ask me. Alright, let's improve this spot over here. A lot of, if not everything that Neo makes is weird, but weird in a good way. Rumor has it that Neo and his band, Lemon Demon, are basically one of the very few YouTubers who have never got themselves into any kind of drama and who don't have any kind of hate from anyone. Everyone just loves them. And rightfully so. It makes some very awesome stuff. Weird Al is another one. Weird Al is a national treasure. I hope I won't need any tools that are underneath the video here, because I would have to move the video around. But I don't think I will. By the way, guys, I highly recommend you go on Neo's channel on YouTube and check this video out for yourselves and leave a like, because it's awesome. And just like that, the entire universe becomes Adrian Brody. Even Earth itself. There we go. Why is this not liked? I remember clicking like on this years ago. Well, anyway, that was Brody Quest. What was his last upload? I don't remember seeing anything new from him in a while. Is that Aaron from the Game Grumps? No, it's not. Oh, there is some new stuff here. I missed. I'll have to check this stuff later. Alright, let's go back to our regular programming now. I should tell you from her hey as well, and you're doing a really good work with your arts. Thank you so much. As soon as I am done drawing this background, I will start shading, of course. But one thing that I really want to get going is finally start shading Silvertrot. Okay, this spot is a bit wonky. Can I get this done right? I can. There we go, that's better. This one also needs a little bit of adjusting. Okay, I think that's good. Let's save. And let's make all of these layers 100% opacity so I can have a full view of what the fudge I have just done. That works. At least for starters it works. Now the tree might be a little bit of a problem for me. Well, not exactly a problem, but to do it without line arts, I'm not used to drawing stuff without line arts. Not yet. So let's set these back to 50% so we can see the sketch of the tree. Can I please select the number 10? Thank you. There you go, let's save. Always remember to frequently save your progress, my friends. Let's make a new layer. right between grass base 1 and mushroom trunk, and let's call it tree trunk. Tree trunk base, because I'll most likely be using more layers on top of that to give the trunk of the tree some sort of texture, you know, actually make it look a little bit like wood. All right, let's make a shade of brown. Let's see a shade of brown that should suit a tree. That's kind of caramel. Now that almost looks like barf. No, let's not use a barf color. I don't like the shade of barf. Okay, this is not the ideal color, but for starters, I think it might be enough. Let's test it out. Yes, this can definitely be better. Let's try this. Oh yes, much better. Now obviously this is not going to be the final color, the final shade I mean, but at least for starters it will do. Let's use the pen, make a selection. There. Let's curve it up to here. There. Zoom out a little bit so I can have more room up here. There we go. Now over here we start curving for the root. And there we go. That. Ever since I learned that I can pan the canvas around in Photoshop by holding space and dragging, which ironically I learned that by using a very old tool on that nostalgia stream a few weeks ago. I could never go back to not using this function. And I'm still baffled by the fact that I have never known that I could do this in Photoshop. Or even in Open Canvas, which is where I learned this. And I used Open Canvas all the time back in the day. I never knew I could pan the canvas around like this by holding space. I found that by accident. On that nostalgia stream. Which is, speaking of nostalgia stream, maybe what I should do after I am done with this project is make another one of those. That was a fun thing to do. And I kind of know of what I could be working on for the next nostalgia stream. The only problem with that, well, not exactly a problem, but the only thing with that is that I don't think I am really going to like what I'm going to be doing on that new stream. Because what I thought about doing for the next nostalgia stream is to go back to a picture that I have actually cancelled several years ago. I actually think I cancelled that in 2010. That was a long time ago. And try to finish that in the same way that I would have finished it if I didn't cancel it back in 2010. And the reason why I say that I probably will not like that is because at that time, the way that I was drawing final line arts and coloring everything was by hand drawing the final line arts in Photoshop. So, you know, I would constantly have to undo a line, draw it again, undo it, draw it again, undo it, draw it again, and again and again until I finally got the line right. And that is the exact reason why I stopped doing that and I started using vectors with CorelDRAW. Because it was very frustrating and even more time consuming than working with vectors. So in order to do that, I would have to go back to that old technique. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I always hated drawing final line arts that way. That is why I said that I probably would not like to do that for that stream. But if I do work on that picture and I do use that technique, I will do it. And you know what, even though I don't like drawing final line arts like that, never did, I will still enjoy my time doing that stream and working on that project. Okay, I think this here should be enough. Let's make a selection and color this trunk. Let's use a larger brush so I can cover more area and more quickly. Actually, you know what? I think this shade of brown is not good enough. Let's try this. The difference is not too big, but I think this is better. Disembarking from her journey, her show was arranged. Her small little carriage transformed to a Alright, let's make the mushroom fully visible now. As well as these other layers. And save. And now, let's make a sky. Let's switch the paint bucket and the gradient tool. Let's pick a very light shade of blue. Switch. And using this same light shade of blue as a base, let's pick a darker one. Not too dark, I mean not too much darker, just a little darker. This should be enough, at least for starters. And now let's apply. Yeah, that's perfect! Let's save. Okay, speaking of save, let's make a new layer and call it color set. And this is where I'm gonna have basically a sample of all of these base colors, just in case I need to sample any of these back again or something else. Let's do this for the sky. This here for the tree. This here for the mushroom. And of course, the greens for the grass and the hills. There we go. And save. Alrighty. Now I need some clouds. Let's hide this for now. Oh no, I don't need the clouds yet. I still have to do the leaves of the tree. Let's make a new layer right here and let's call it Tree Leaves Base. Let's pick a nice shade of green. Let's use the grass as a base. And yeah. Should it go lighter or darker? Probably lighter. And just slightly lighter. And oh, I can't move the canvas without zooming anymore. Oh, that's fine. Now for this, I just need some basic shape. Could be any random shape. go. Now let's select that, invert the selection, and color the rest. There we go. The reason why I need just a basic shape is because I am going to use a leaves brush over all of this. So that there is just to give me, well, a base. Also, hold on a moment. I don't need all of this here. Not like that. Yeah, that's better. Let's save. And oh yes, I gotta save this shade. Oops, this shade of green for the color set. That's the eraser. That's not the brush. That's a big brush. I want size 19 for this. There we go. And save. What is this stuff back here? Clouds. That's supposed to be clouds. I remember. Those are supposed to be clouds. Now, speaking of clouds, do I want to Hey, hi Manji. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. Welcome. Do I want to draw these by hand? Or do I want to use cloud brushes for them? Why does that always startle me? My god. It's a mystery. I honestly don't know if I want to do these by hand or use a brush. You know what? How did I draw the clouds on the first YCH that I made? Let's see. If I did it by hand, I'm gonna make these by hand as well. If I used a brush, I'm gonna use a brush. I think I used a brush. Yes, I used brushes. Alright, I'm going to use brushes. Also, the leaves that I was explaining to you, this is how I intend on making them. That looks nice, I dare say. Okay, let's see then. Let's make the sky visible again. But I'll have the sketch over the sky. And let's make a new layer over the sketch, and let's call this clouds. Yeah. Let's swap colors. Let's sample this light blue from the sky and make it lighter. Very close to being just pure white, but not quite there. There we go. Save again. And now let's pick a nice brush, a nice cloud brush. I think these are clouds. What letter is this? Yes, these are clouds. I see some leaves down there. Hang on, let's use this color here so I can see the shape. So. Nope. Maybe. Nah. No. Potentially, but no. Negative. Nope. Nope. Are those even clouds? They are. Okay then. That's a bunch of leaves. Although this is quite nice, it almost looks like the wind is carrying a lot of leaves. That is very nice. But that's not what I'm looking for. What I want is a nice cloud. If none of these brushes suit my needs, I'm just gonna draw the clouds by myself. Clouds are actually relatively easy to draw, unless you are trying to go for realism, of course. Then that's a different story. That's not even a cloud, it's just a signature. Okay, maybe this would do. Let's increase the size to 900. Ah, it actually looks much better without the sketch. Let's bump up the size to 1000. Okay, let's pick a different cloud. Put it over here. And another one. Put it over there. Now let's pick a different cloud. Make it smaller. And have it over here. No, that's not good enough. That's a good song, isn't it? I thought I had more clouds than this. Are they out of order? I thought I had grouped all of my cloud brushes together. Oh, there's more down here. No, this one is not what I want. There's confetti. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Let's put this one here. And another one over there, barely visible, but it's fine. Now let's make a new layer, put it down here, and let's call this layer Horizon Clouds. Now for those, I'm gonna need some very wide clouds. Well, not necessarily very wide clouds, but I need ones. Maybe this here might work. Something similar to this. That's not bad, but it's not quite what I want. I'm not entirely sure what I want, to be honest. But I will know when I find it. Yeah, that kind of works. That. No, this one is not going to work. That's the same. Maybe. Yeah, that works. And I might need just one more to go right here. Okay, let me hide those color samples for a moment. You know what? I think that for a basic sky, that works. I need a soft round brush, because I don't know if you guys can see, but this cloud over here, it ends on a very sharp cutout over here. And that's a problem with the brush. So let's fix that. There we go, it's fixed. Easy. Very easy. Okay, all others seem to be fine. And let's save. Now let's see. You know what? I think the shade of green that I have used for the grass should be a lighter shade of green, while the shade that I used for the base leaves should be darker. So I think I should switch these around. Let's save the color for the clouds to the sample, and let's swap those around. Here, brass base 1, let's lock that layer, sample this color, sample that color. Oops, I hate when I do this. 30 seconds, that's the wrong color. There we go. And let's do the same thing now for the tree. Yeah, that is better. Let's save. Let's save and make the sketch visible over everything because I want to have a nice view of how this background is coming along so far. Let's drop the opacity of the sketch to 30%. Yes, 30%. Yeah, that's coming along nicely, I think. Let's hide Silver's color set here so that we're not ruin the illusion. Yeah, that's quite nice. Okay, I'm gonna save, take a quick bathroom break, and when I get back, I will see about drawing some actual grass on this background and trying to give the tree some texture, also drawing the leaves. That's important. Okay, I'll be right back, everyone. I'll be away for just about a minute.
Find me floating towards forever. Find me floating towards the end.
Alrighty, I am back. Actually, you know what? Since now that I have a background, now it might be a good time for me to play around with the position of the eyes. Oh, hello, Torpedo. I am back, I guess. Now it might be a good time for me to play around a little bit with the position of the eyes and see if have them looking at us like this is actually the best thing, or if the character should be looking into a different direction. This is fine, but I cannot help myself but to think that looking at us like this and with the tongue sticking out like that with this expression, I can't help but think that the character is saying, "I'm gonna lick ya." All right, let's play around with the eyes a little bit. Ah, that is so cute. That is nice. Okay, have the eyes looking in this direction here. Almost makes it look like he's looking at the mushroom. And there could be some implications there. I'm not gonna go there. So let's see, maybe need more zoom so you can have a more smooth movement. Maybe this. Now let's select these. See about this here. Boopty. Oh my god, stop snapping everywhere. Yeah. I'm not sure I like that. Although, this is much more similar to what I had originally on the sketch. Let's take a look at the sketch. Yeah, this is what we have now, before I just made that change, and this is how it was before. Yeah, that's similar. Just not quite there. Let me try to replicate the original position of these eyes. Selected by accident. Yeah, no, I don't like it. Let's undo. That is so cute. I swear, it looks like he's saying, "I'm gonna lick ya." I don't know why I have this phrase in my mind. Can't help it. But I don't remember if this is the exact position that I had these eyes before, so just to be sure, I'm going to close without saving, and I will open that file again. There we go. Alright, let's hide the sketch from here. I suppose I should begin by applying some grass here. Yeah. Let's save and save again, but this time with a different name. From Alpha 0, let's jump all the way up to Alpha 1. Let's sample this shade of green. And let's sample it twice, actually. Let's make a new layer right on top of grass base 1, and let's call it grass. There. And using one of these shades of green, let's pick a darker one. Yeah, I like that. Darker one, and with the lighter one, I think I want to give this a very slight hue of yellow, like that. Now let's find a grass brush. There's this brush here, which works. But my memory is telling me that I have better grass brushes than this one. Still, let me experiment with this. Yeah, that's a good grass brush. But I am completely certain that I have a better one. If only I can remember where it is. Nope. I see plants. Maybe it's around here somewhere. I don't know what that is, but that's not what I'm looking for. No. No. Certainly not. I think these are light beams, so definitely not. I am 100% sure I have those brushes. What is this? I'm not sure what that is, but it's not what I'm looking for. Maybe it's these? No. What are these brushes called? Basic grass. Well, it is grass. Just not the kind of grass that I am looking for. Is this grass? Soft light through grass. No, that's not what I want. Like, I want actual grass blades. Soft windswept grass. Windswept grass blades. Windswept sunlit grass. Ooh. Oh, that looks so nice. Not sure if this is going to give me the effect that I want, but that looks very nice. Okay, do we have this same kind of brush but flipped to the other side maybe? I think it would be this, right? Let's hide silver for now. I'm probably not going to be using this brush after all, but I want to see what this is going to look like if I were to actually use it. This does look nice, but not quite what I want. Let's keep looking for a better brush. If I can find a better choice, I'll just settle for that there. Down here is just mostly plants. So grass is gonna be here. What is this? Soft sunlit grass. That is way too soft. I'm not sure what this here is. What is the name of this brush? Spiky Dappled Blaze. You know, that could work as some very distant trees for the background. Just not for what I need here right now. What about this? Basic grass block in 2? Maybe? I'm not sure. What about this one? What is this one called? Blocking tube, the same name. But it is a slightly different brush. At least I think. It looks like a different brush. Okay, what if instead going back and forth like this? Because if I move if I stroke the brush to the left, it positions the blades in one direction, and if I stroke to the right, it positions the blades in another direction. So we end up with what we have here. We have blades pointing to the left, blades pointing to the right, and then left again. That's kind of messy. What if I try the same thing, but going into just one direction? Let me try. Is it a bit too high? Yeah. Although to be honest, this doesn't look like it's making much of a difference. No, I'm not satisfied with this brush. Let's try a different one. What's up with this here? Thick, short, not soft. Thick, short, long grass what? Grass detail. Maybe? I must cover all the gaps so the base layer doesn't show, at least not as much. I don't think this is quite it, but it definitely looks better than the other options. You hear back? Where are you hearing back? You know, I like this. I don't really think it is what I actually want to go for, but this is nice. What is this brush again? Thick, short, long grass detail. Semi-translucent something texture. Long texture. Let's try this one. No, that's too soft. What about this here? Short, long grass detail. No, that's too spaced. What about this here? Short, long grass. This might work actually. Maybe this here is going to be the one that I need. No, it won't be. Unless I increase the size, maybe. Let's increase the size. Let's go to size 500. No, let's go to 900. Perhaps if I make this shade of green here a little lighter. That looks quite nice. Certainly nicer than the one that I tried before. The size of the grass blades seem to be matching the perspective. That's not bad. Okay, but this can be better. This can definitely be better, so let's undo that. Okay, I cannot circle around, otherwise it's gonna do that. Let's hide the hills and give grass space 1 a 50% opacity. I want some of that to be visible. There's not too much of it. Some of it.
It's time to look up and admit you messed up and begin your life anew. It's time to save your soul.
It looks like I have better results if I go from right to left than from left to right. I'm of course talking about my right and my left over here, not the right or left of the screen. What the heck is going on here? No, don't do that. I did not give permission to do that. Almost done. Africa. Okay. Okay, that works. Let's save. But I'm not done. Let's rename this layer to grass 1 and make a new one underneath it and call it grass 2. And on this layer, I am going to use a different grass brush. Try and give it I don't know, some more. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just do it and hopefully it's gonna work. That, nope. Can I circle this around? I guess I can. certainly helps go faster. But I think it covers too much. What if I go like this, more loosely? Again, not coloring absolutely everything, just some. Okay, now if I enable this and increase the opacity of this back to 100, now I am uncertain which one of these look better. This one or this one? I think this one actually looks more natural. Yeah. Okay, let's use this instead then. What about the size? Let's make this a little bigger. Let's go to 700. And on grass 2, I'm gonna still use the same brush, but this time I'm gonna do it differently. Let's drop the size to 500 and cover the rest over here. Like that. And let's make yet another layer for the grass. Call it grass 3. Drop the size to 300 and apply some more, covering the flat line there. Okay, so now I have 3 layers of grass to shade plus the base. This is looking fine, actually. Let's save these shades of green to the color set, so I can reuse them later if I need. No? Save. I'm gonna drink some water. Hang on a sec. Okay. Now,
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
good idea. Excuse me. Now, for those hills, do I want to give them any sort of texture? I do, but do I want to use grass? What do I want to do here? Oh, you know what? What if I make a new layer right here? Let's not name this layer yet. Let's go back to those grass brushes. Because there was one brush that I said earlier that would probably work quite well as some sort of off in the distance trees. I just don't remember which brush that is. Well, I'll know when I see it, but I don't remember where exactly it is. It's in here somewhere. Heck, I don't even remember what it was called. Was it? No, it wasn't this. It certainly wasn't. Maybe it was this? No, it was a bigger brush than this. This is just number 19. There was a much larger brush. These are just leaves. No, the brush wasn't down here. Heck, which brush was it? No, 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 no. Maybe? No. But no, it's not this one. Wait, why does it look like I am selecting these brushes? All of them. Like, see how everything that I click is highlighted blue and the size is not changing? What's happening here? Did it break? What's going on? I'm not holding any key on the keyboard for this to be happening. Hold on a second, what's going on here? Why is everything getting selected? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna restart Photoshop because this is weird. I don't think I have to save anything here. Alright, coloring alpha 1. Let's open again. It's still doing that. What? Has it has it always done this and I somehow never realized it in all of these years? Sony is still making the Xperia? I almost went for an Xperia when I was looking for something to replace my Lumia when they dropped support for Windows. But at the time at least, Sony had dropped their phone line in the Xperia line, so I ended up going for an Asus because apparently this was one of the models that had the least amount of bloatware on Android. Seriously, who the hell needs Facebook installed as a system application that you cannot remove? Oh, if you remove this application, the system might become unstable and not work properly, and you might void your warranty. That is so stupid. Yeah, I hate bloatware. Okay, Photoshop was bugging out. I hope it's going to be working correctly now. Although it is still highlighting everything that I selected as blue. And I don't know why. And apparently all of these brushes are sized number 100. I swear it never highlighted everything that I click blue like this. Okay, seriously. Let me go on the other PC here. I'm gonna open Photoshop in that thing and see if it does this there. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I don't know. I could swear this has never happened. Via USB debugging ASAP. Yeah, I don't remember if I have managed to do the same thing on my phone, or if the only option that I had was to actually just hide the application. But God, what a waste of memory that stuff is. What a waste of storage. If you use it, sure, fine, but they should not install it by default and make it a system application that you cannot remove. It's like they want to force you to use Facebook, plus other things as well. The user should have the option. If they want to use the application, then sure, you can leave it there if the user wants, but you should allow the user to remove the thing if they don't want it. Otherwise, that's just stupid. Okay, I have those same exact brushes in this Photoshop here on this PC. Oh my god, it does leave it highlighted. What? How? Why? And why have I never realized this before? Also, are all of these brushes seriously numbered 11? I mean 19? In size? I find it so hard to believe that all of these brushes are size number 19. There's gotta be something wrong happening here. Lizardbird can go suck it. I ain't gonna keep any of his spy apps on my phone. I'm gonna assume that's your phone provider. Okay guys, there's gotta be something wrong here. These brushes, there's no way that all of their sizes are 19 by default. Something's not right here. Even the leaves? No. Preset manager. Oh, the Zuck. I get it now. Hey Amber, happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. Welcome. I had no idea you were there. I'm here to bully the dragon. No, don't bully me. Photoshop is already doing a very good job at that. Okay, I am on the preset manager now. Let's see this here. Rename brush. Can I see the size of the brush here? 419. That's thick, short, long grass detail. Let's find that same brush here. It's bigger than 400. So there's no way it can possibly remain sized at 19 when I click it. It was short, something long, semi-translucent, thick, short, long grass detail. I think it was this here? It's one of these, either way. Okay, seriously, what is happening? Why, even on this PC, the brushes are doing that? Let's go back to the main one. Hold on, I'm switching here on the main monitor. It was working fine just moments ago. And how come it broke on both? That's dumb. Okay, now these are showing as number 100. But I am noticing something. That's the size of the brush that I selected earlier over here to see if stuff is working. Okay, let me pick this soft round brush, size 300. And now, oops. Now I am going to select one of those grass brushes. Let's see if it will indeed remain at size 300. Or not. Let's see, what is this one called? Basic grass block. Yes! It is still the same. What is going on here? This is a big problem. Sure, I can manually change the size of the brush, but I still need these brushes to... When I pick them, I still need them to be at their default size, because I might want the default size. What is happening? Why is this doing this? Does it have something to do with the layer itself? I strongly doubt it. I do not believe it. What the heck? What's going on? What if I replace all of the brushes? I do have a backup of my entire brush pack. Mike's all favorite brushes. Yes, I want to replace. That didn't fix it. Is there some key or some button stuck here that I am not realizing? and somehow it's stuck on both computers at the same time. What is going on? Why is this happening? I am so confused and frustrated. Did I, by any chance, somehow enabled some setting on both Photoshops? What is going on? It's only doing that with those grass brushes. It's selecting multiple here, but these are changing the size as I click them, as you can see here. When I select one, they go for their default size. But those grass brushes, for some reason, not only them, these here as well. What's happening? Is it something to do with the file itself? Let me open AlphaZero. Don't save this. Yeah, sure, this one, whatever. No, it's doing the same thing here. Yes, restart Photoshop, but I already restarted Photoshop. And media player is broken. Okay, instead of opening a file, let's open Photoshop first and then try to open a file. Actually, I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna just make a new file. 1920 1080. It's still doing the same thing. Ah! Why? Google! Help! Photoshop CS6 brushes stuck in size, I guess. Can't change size of brushes. No, that's not quite what I am having. Common brush tool problems in Photoshop. Welcome to the not so chill troubleshooting Art Sunday. It can be overwhelmingly frustrating when your brush tool stops working out of the blue. You aren't sure what went wrong or why it's suddenly not doing what you need it to. In most cases, there are only a few possible reasons why the brush tool stopped working in Photoshop. It doesn't sound like this is what's going on with me here. Each situation is relatively simple to solve and can be fixed in well under a minute. I hope so. So no matter what problem you're running into right now, know that it will be an easy fix and you'll be up and running again soon. One of the most common problems with a brush tool is that the cursor suddenly disappears. No, that's not it. This isn't because your cursor tool has stopped working, but because your cursor has been changed to bring... No, that's not it. Your brush tool cursor disappeared. Your brush tool isn't visible on a layer. Shut up. Shut up. The brush tool properties panel and toolbar have disappeared. Nope. Your Photoshop brush paints the incorrect color. Nope. Your Photoshop brush only paints white, black, or gray. Nope. Your defined brush preset option won't save your brushes. Nope. You get an error message every time you try to paint on a layer. Nope. You've tried everything and still don't know what to do. Well, yes, but no. Oh, that was useful. I mean, useless. Lock at 100% hardness. I am so confused. Preset manager. Let me try something. Let's reset all of the brushes to the default settings. Okay, so these are the default Photoshop CS6 brushes. Multiple of them are still getting selected like this. I could swear this has never happened before. Why is this happening? No, it's not the preset manager that I want. Replace brushes. Load this again. Confused dragon noises. Photoshop CS6 brush. Not changing to default size when selected. Why is my brush size not changing in Photoshop? You're probably looking under fill and stroke. No, well, I'm almost having a stroke, but that's not it. If you look at the bottom of brush properties right above the smoothing, you should see text saying brush options. Click the... No, that's not it. How do I change the brush size in Photoshop permanently? That's not it. Photoshop brush size is not working properly. I'm having this problem where I size up my brush, but about halfway through the brush size preview starts to get smaller again, except this smooth, it doesn't sound like what I'm having here, the problem that I'm having here. Yeah, it is not. Why is the brush tool in Photoshop not working? Why is my brush so small in Photoshop? Tap the left square bracket key to make your brush size. No, that's not it. What the hell? You know what I am almost doing? I am almost rebooting my other PC, which I am currently using on Windows 11 to monitor the stream, and I am almost rebooting that and going into Windows XP to see if this is also going to be happening on Photoshop CS3, which, to be honest, makes no sense because it should not be doing even on Photoshop CS6 on the other PC, because, come on, that's a different computer entirely. My god, you have no idea how frustrated I am. And this wasn't happening just moments ago. You guys remember, right? I was still picking which brush to use to draw this grass here, and all of them, they were changing to the default sizes. I was picking one and stroking here to test it out, and it was working just fine. Yeah, you indeed, but it's what we're gonna have to live with. I don't understand. Alright, fine, you know what? I will reboot that PC. Let's do that. Boop. Let's close the browser. Restart. I'm gonna need the keyboard for that computer. Now, for you guys, the image is going to disappear for a minute or two. All you will see on the screen for a moment is going to be just a bunch of vertical, colorful lines. That's because when outside of Windows, my capture device does not capture any image, any footage from that computer, for some reason. So just a moment. Actually, this is boring. Stare at the mushroom in the meantime. Let's see, advanced, integrated peripherals, SATA mode, IDE mode. Save and exit. Now I've got to enter into the boot menu. Entering boot menu. SATA Samsung HD 161 HJ. Okay, let's put that PC back on screen now. You'll see stuff in a moment. Wait for it. There it is. Hey, welcome back to Windows XP, everyone. Let me put that PC on my main screen here so I won't have to keep turning my neck. Any day now, XP. Nostalgia stream is kicking again. Yeah. Okay, I technically have the exact same brushes that I have on Photoshop CS6 on Windows 10 and 11. I also have them here on Photoshop CS3 on XP, except for a few brush packs that are not compatible with CS3. But I don't believe that the grass brushes that I'm having problems with is one of them. Let's see, 1920 and 80. Let's make a new layer. Okay, we don't see a multiple selection, right? Let's see if I can find those grass brushes. Yeah, it's these. Yeah, these are the exact same brushes, and see their size. They are going to the default as I select them. Exactly as it should be. So why is it not working anymore? Or weirdly enough, at the same time on two computers, on Windows 10 and Windows 11. Seriously. I don't even know what that is. Like, let's try a completely different brush. Like this here, for example. Okay, let me see if I can find this exact same one on Photoshop CS6 on Windows 10 on the main PC. But this one is Windswept Grass Blades 1 Left, which I actually tried this brush earlier. It was one of my earliest attempts. Let's switch to this here. Put XP on the corner there. And maybe further up, actually. Actually, no, it is closer down there to those leaves. Windswept. No, not this one. Okay, hold on. If I'm looking at this correctly, the brush that is right on the bottom right here is this one. Low flat plant. Low flat plant, yes. So from this one, it is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 11th brush 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This one. Windswept grass blades 1 left. Let's see on XP. Windswept grass blades swept left. Yeah, it's the same one. Size 1158. And I click on this thing and it's still size 33. Ah! Also, wasn't it supposed to show the default size of the brush here with a number, like on CS3? I could swear that has always been a thing on CS6. You know what? There's a very easy way for me to confirm that. Do I still have a VOD from the last year at Sunday? I have uploaded to my channel, but do I still have the file here? These blapping ponies here. I want to see Photoshop. Okay, I want to see the brush box, the brush toolbox. Come on, past me. Open the brush toolbox. Let's speed this up. There's no way that I am hallucinating that not even the number of the size would show the preview of the brush. There. 45, 17, 19. Let's see. Okay, those are here. But they are not showing. Are those grass blades? What? Don't they all always had this? And even if they didn't always have the size showing here, why is it not changing to the default size? I am so confused. Alright. I'm gonna try something else now. Let's go back to XP. Okay, I pressed the wrong button. No, wait. Yeah, this is what I meant to do. Let's reboot again, but let's go back to Windows 7. I want to go back to Windows 7. Ironically, I never had this problem with Windows 7. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is let's go back to Windows 11. And after having rebooted Windows, let's see if this same problem is still going to be happening over there as well, because I did experience the same problem over there. Somehow, for some reason. Okay, this is going to take a moment. This makes so little sense. Okay, settings, advanced, integrated peripherals, SATA mode, switch this to AHCI. Excuse me. Save and reset, yes. Now, because Windows 11 sucks just as much as Windows 10, that PC, and because that PC is running the OS from a hard drive rather than an SSD, that thing is going to take forever to reboot. Let's keep this on the screen for now. and just try to carry on over here, I guess, with this problem. Okay, so I don't even remember what I was trying to do. Oh, right, I was going to select something for the hills. No, not for the hills. I wanted to pick something to act as some sort of very far away tree. What does this button do? Restore to original size. That's weird. Wait. What? Wait a second. Oh, my brain is smoking. Good God. Like, maybe I disabled some option here by accident? No. Text only? Small thumbnail? Large thumbnail? No. Small list? Large list? Stroke thumbnail? No, all of this should be completely correct. This is so strange. Well, anyway, let's try to carry on. I don't even remember what was the brush that I was looking for anymore. It might have been this one. Was it? Yes, it was this one. Okay, I should probably use the mouse with this. This should actually go here. Yeah, that kind of looks like some pine trees, which is not bad, it's fine. But it just shrunk. What? And now it went big again. What? It's changing size randomly. Look at this. Why is it changing sizes randomly?
Keeping hold of a spot. They sealed us away, they were keeping us safe, but as years creep to age,
What?
there's a hole in the arc lost in circuits and screens. And in
Reset manager? No, there's nothing to change here.
wires and optical fibers wait for an outsider to come set me free.
By the way, Windows 11 over there is still loading. That black screen there, that was actually on my screen on the side here. Why is this changing sizes randomly? It is not supposed to do this, I am sure. This one isn't doing it. Well, unless maybe this specific brush is supposed to do that. But how am I supposed to know? Now that grass brush is fine. This is very upsetting. What even is this supposed to be? Ew, dirt blocking. That's what it says, walking. Well, let's go for some actual tree brushes. Those are sparkles. Here, trees. Let's see what tree is going to be a nice one. There's a pine tree. There's a palm tree, another pine. Do one of these. By the way, is this changing size correctly? Yes, it is. Let's make this smaller. 50 maybe? No, 50 is too small. 200. Wow. From the time I rebooted, only now it got to the logon screen. Look at that. And it's still going to be a long time until it finally becomes usable. But I'm not really gonna wait for that. Actually, maybe put some trees here is not really going to be a very good idea. Okay, let's go ahead and give that PC the command to open Photoshop. And wait! Guess it's going to take forever to open the thing. Okay, in the meantime, let's see, what am I going to do next? Maybe I should draw the leaves for the tree. So let's make a new layer here. Tree leaves. Tree leaves 1. Yeah, let's go with a shade of green. Now to find those nice leaf brushes. Look at how long that computer takes to load itself. And that's not necessarily because that computer is slow, it's because it is running the OS from a hard drive. And Windows 10 and Windows 11 are extremely demanding on their boot drive. You can thank Microsoft for that because of all of the telemetry and phony home nonsense that they have. Windows 7 is lightning, well, not exactly lightning fast, I mean, on a hard drive, but it's far faster than 10 and 11 on a hard drive. Here we have leaves, but these are actually plants, which are also having the same problem where they will not change the size to the default when you select a different brush. Are these leaves? What are these? Rock. No, these are rocks, not leaves. Planets. Whatever those are. Sparkles or shines. Trees. Is it this here, maybe? No, it's not. Maybe this? It's not, but it looks nice. Okay, Photoshop over there has opened. Let's give it the command to create a new file. There we go. Let's switch this to full screen for you guys. Why is it not showing? There we go. Yeah, a reboot does not do the trick, it does not fix it. This is so so weird. I mean, tell me guys, am I really hallucinating that this wasn't happening earlier? I could swear this wasn't happening earlier. When I was picking those grass brushes from that pack to draw this grass here, it was not happening.
Climb to the shrine to right what is wrong, and the world will be healed.
Well, whatever. This is not the brush that I want, but does it work? No, it doesn't work very well. That looks nice. Oh, I think it's this here. Yes, it is this brush. It's this brush, right? Unless there's another one. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. This thing moves depending on how I move the pen. What? That's a very weird brush. I don't like it though. Okay, I think the brush that I want is indeed this one. Let me just open Twitch on the other PC again, and I'll move on with this brush. Just a moment. And there we go. Okay. Now, oh, first of all, I should have figured out the size that I need for the leaves. Can be too small, can be too big. So I'm gonna keep Silver Trout over here as a reference. Yeah, maybe the default size might be enough. Just for the sake of comparison, let me see what I did here. I have no idea what I did there. Actually, I'll make this a little bigger. Let's go to 90. Actually, no. Keep it at the default size. That's not it. 70? Yeah. Because I'm gonna give the leaves 2 layers. Okay, let's hide the tree trunk for now. Okay, and now let's make a second layer. 3 leaves 2. And on this layer I am going to use brush number 100. I should enable the tree trunk. There. And there. There we go. Now I have to give the trunk itself some texturing. Oh yes, I still haven't really figured out what to do about the hills, have I? Yeah, I haven't. Let's see, hills 1, let's make a new layer over that. Oh, where is that weird brush that I was confused with just moments ago? I completely lost track of where that is. Maybe it was this here? Yes, it was this here. Okay, what would this look like on the hill? The hill? The hill. It looks weird. That's what it looks like. It looks weird. Very weird. Drop the size to 100. No, that's too much. Too much of whatever that is. Same thing with this. Some palm trees. That's nice. You know what might end up working the best for the hills? Is this fire? I think that's supposed to be fire. Ah, frick, I dropped the pen on the tablet. Is this fire? Yes, flames. What might work best for the hills is actually the leaf brush trick, but that is only really gonna work with shading. So let's not bother with the hills as of now. For now, let me yeet this layer and make a new one over the tree. How do I texture this thing without using an actual texture? Let's hide silver. Let's hide the mushroom. Actually, you know what? I think all of the pseudo texture that I could possibly do here will have to be done in shading. Yeah. Okay, in that case, make these things visible again. Let's save. And now let's save again as alpha. This should not be named coloring anymore. Let's move on to just alpha. Alpha 0. Now that I have all of the basic elements in place. Oh, but I still have not merged the layers on the character. You know what? I'm not gonna bother with that. Not yet. Let's begin shading. Begin shading the tree, I guess. But first, let's merge some layers. A mushroom. Tree trunk base. Let's begin here. Yeah, that's the dodge tool. 100% exposure. Now for this, I need a soft round brush of a large size. It needs to be larger than this. Let's go all the way up to 800. And let's begin giving this some basic lighting. Also, hang on a second, before I do this, where exactly do I want the light source to be? You know, the main light source. Well, to be fair, the character here is sitting under a tree. So... okay, I know what to do. Let's carry on with this. here. Now let's switch to the burn tool. Let's pick a brush number 1000 and completely darken up this. Okay, now go back to the dodge. Let's increase the size of the brush to 1000, but drop the exposure from 100 to 50%. Now let's make this lighter. Ah, my god. Okay, so there's this little problem with this new tablet, in which if I go with the pen outside of the active area, the tablet thinks that I have stopped clicking, so it lets go of the click. But when I bring the pen back, it resumes clicking, but it gives a new click to whatever I have the cursor on top of, and that results in me grabbing the window like this sometimes if I have the cursor on the top, or if I have the cursor on the bottom. It ends up pinning stuff to the taskbar. And I hate that. But it could be worse. But I don't think it's really the tablet at fault. It might be because this tablet uses a pen that doesn't reuse batteries. I have no idea if that is the case, I'm just guessing. Anyway, let me start this over. There we go. Let's hide the mushroom for the moment. And let's go to the burn tool, drop its exposure now to 50%. And let's drop the size of the brush as well. It was at 1000, let's drop it to 700. Actually, yeah, 700. Let's add some shadows here. No, that's not good enough. Drop the size to 500. Now give me an exposure of 30%. No, that's not good. Let's try 700, but with an airbrush. Yeah, that's a bit better. A little more up here and wider. Okay. Exposure again, but this time with a smaller brush. And yeah, sure, airbrush, why not? Let's give the side of the tree a little bit of highlighting. No, this needs to be thicker. Let's increase the size of this brush to 500. Almost. Let's try again. There we go. Now same thing on this side. Alright, for starters, that's going to be enough for the tree. Let's not touch the tree for now. Instead, let's hide the grass and do some basic shading on grass space 1. Let's pick this brush, increase its size to 500. No, 900. No, 1000. Yes. Increased exposure to 100. And do this. Now same thing with burn. There. Careful not to go off the active area, Mike. Otherwise you have to start this over. Okay. Now drop the exposure on the dodge. And let's increase this brush to 1500 so I can cover a bigger area. And okay, that's enough for starters. Now let's save. Drop the size of the brush to 800. And let's begin some basic shading on the grass. Oops, wrong layer. There. I'm gonna do this same thing on all of these grass layers. I'm not sure if I am doing this quite right, but let's see what is going to happen. Okay. Also, no way. Alright, if I was falling asleep, I'm no longer. Anyway, I normally don't shade multiple layers at the same time like this. So hopefully I'm not gonna have to do it all over again because I didn't do it right. This is the first time that I do it like this. This one. Okay, now back to the dodge, 50% exposure. Let's make the size of this brush 1000, that's 10,000. Let's not go there. Now this one. I actually don't have to be hiding these layers like I am doing in order to work on another one. Not at this point anymore anyway. I don't know why I'm still doing it. Okay, now let's have all of them visible at the same time. That's some very, very bright grass. Okay, we need a little more shading. Some more shadows. Let's drop the exposure here to 50. A little less zoom. Yeah, oops. Shade this a little bit. In the middle, same thing over here. And let's add a little bit of that to the base as well. And my internet connection just died. Yay! Fantastic. Hi YouTube. Well, since if you are watching this on YouTube, hello, and look at this. Just like that, we got a little bit more contrast on our grass. But this can be better. This can be better. Let's try adding a little bit of highlighting now to the edges. might have exaggerated a little bit on the lighting right here on this one. Oh hey, are we back? Welcome back everyone. My internet unlived itself for a minute. I hate it when it does that. Wait, are we back? Let me refresh that page there. Okay, yes, we are back now. Sorry, this is beyond my control. Yeah, my internet unlived itself for a moment. I really don't know why it does that sometimes. It's very upsetting. I'll tell you what. Okay, this is looking fine so far. Of course, with the tree trunk very unfinished as it is, it looks strange. But overall, it's okay. Oh, you know what? I think the on-screen chat is not working now. I think maybe if I do this, change scenes, it should reset. Okay, can anyone type something in the chat so I can see if it is working again, please? That would be appreciated. Yep, it's not working at all. Okay, try here. I mean, try now. Let's see if it's going to show on this scene. Something tells me it won't. Yeah, no, it isn't. I thought I had figured out how to reset that so it will show again. Otherwise, my only choice is to restart OBS. But that's gonna mean put an end to the stream. No, the chat itself works. It's just that it is supposed to show your messages on the stream itself when you type something in the chat. Like, are emotes even showing? Let me see. No, they are not. You can see them in the actual chat, but not on the screen of OBS. I mean, of this whatever, the thing. Let's see, Twitch notifications, donation goal, on-screen emotes. That's one of the things. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. Let me enable that. Where's the actual chat itself? Refresh browser when scene becomes active. Let's see if this is gonna do it. Now let's switch scenes. And let's try again. Test with a typo. No, it still doesn't. Why? Everything is borked today. Everything's borked today. I'm honestly getting frustrated. What happens if I do this here? Hang on, let's bring OBS down here. Yeah, this should fix it. Whenever I switch scenes, refresh cache of current page, maybe. Who knows? No, it's the same thing with not that, but with this here. Let's see. It's still not showing. Okay, I have no idea how to fix this anymore. I remember fixing this once. I think it might have been like 2 or 3 Chiwart Sundays ago when I had the same problem. But now it's not working anymore. I thought I had... I'm sad. I'm very sad now. Well, anyway, let's now shade the leaves of the tree. If I can find them. Ah, here. Set this back to 100. Big brush number 300. Oh, wait, that's the burn tool, that is not the exposure. There we go. I gotta do the same thing to the base as well. There. Now the base. Oh, your base are belong to us. There. Now let's do that to tree leaves too. I am on the wrong layer again. I mean, still. Okay. Now let's make this darker. And repeat the same thing on tree leaves 1 and then tree leaves base. You know what will probably look quite nice here? If I have some leaves just floating in the air as if they are falling from the tree. I think that might look very nice. But that's a detail to worry with later. For now, let's focus on getting the shading done. Ah, frick, I went off the active area. I'm gonna have to start this layer again. There we go. Let's save. Now let's pick a smaller size for this brush. And give these leaves a little bit of highlight on just the borders here, just the edges. Something very subtle. There. Same thing for these. Nice, and the base. Okay, now let's switch to the burn, and let's see, yeah, here. Let's pick a smaller size. Let's go with size 200 and add a little bit of darkness here and here. Same thing here and here. and here, and here, on the leaves base. Yeah, that might work. Hey, the chat is working now. There it is, showing on the screen like that. That's how it is supposed to go. Anyway, good night, Manji. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed. Sleep well and dream of dragons. Yeah, there we go. Now it is working. That's what the chat is supposed to do. Well, maybe it actually wasn't really broken at that time. It just needed a little bit of time to reboot itself. Just to confirm, let me switch scenes and see if that is showing on the others. Let me drop in the schedule here. Okay, it is working as intended. It is working here as well, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, thank God. One of the most frustrating things when stuff breaks down is when you cannot fix them. That is very upsetting. Alright. Let's do some shading on the hills now. Let's begin with hills 1. Let's save first. I was there when you started doing that image, and then, oh my god, that was so good. Thank you so much, Manji. How I did this, I don't know, I just did it. I just did it, and here we are. Let's add some lighting to this. But yeah, basically, so far anyway, we went from, where's the sketch? Here. We went from this to this. It's quite a difference. Actually, let's put this up here. That's going to be easier to demonstrate. From this to this. That's progress, my friend. Still missing Shroom here, but that's fine. There we go. Oh wow, I indeed made a lot of progress so far. Nice. I might replace these clouds with manually made ones instead of using cloud brushes, because I don't know, these are not working very well for this picture. So I might change that. That's a thing for later. For now, I want to focus on the hills. %100% exposure. Brush number 300, and let's make this darker. Yeah. Darker like the times we are living in. Okay, now let's switch back again for the exposure. Not exposure. What is this called again? The dodge tool. And let's drop its exposure to 50%. And the brush size to 700. And make these hills lighter again. But only to about half lightness. There we go. Now, small brush again, 50% exposure, dodge tool. Let's give these hills a little bit of highlighting. Maybe I should use a smaller brush. No, that is fine actually. It's just that the effect is subtle enough that it is easy to miss it if you're not paying attention. You only really see the difference if you undo and then redo it again. Like here, let's take a closer look at this first hill. I have just applied some extra lighting here. I'm gonna undo and redo a couple times for us to see the difference. So this is with the extra lighting that I have just added, and this is without. With, without, with, without, with, without. See the difference there? It's subtle, but it's there. Let's do some of that here, and a little bit more, but with a smaller brush this time, and just on the edge. That's same thing over here. There, see? With, without, with, without, with. Okay, let's hide the tree and work on hills number 2 now. Let's hide the tree and the mushroom. Actually, just that upper part of the mushroom is going to be enough. Actually, yes, brush number 300 is going to be enough.
You know you'll always be my best buddy. You're really more than I deserve.
Here?
I wanna thank you for inspiring me. I shouldn't lie when truthful serve. I don't remember how
Wait a
it
second.
used to be. I can't imagine it was
100%. Shouldn't this be at 50% exposure? I must wait. I missed something. I don't know what I missed. Let's just carry on. I just have a feeling I missed something. Is this working? Why is it that it doesn't look like it is working?
save you. But on the day I wasn't there. I don't know how I meant to help you now.
Well, it did work apparently.
Finding you don't care.
Just didn't look like it did.
I hope you'll find yourself a place where you can
Weird.
just be everything you are. I like to think that I could be there too. I hope I didn't go too far. I hope you'll be okay without me. I hope
Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because the shade of green that I have on this specific hill here, that is just too light to work very well with the burn and dodge tools. Maybe that is the case. I always had problems with this shading method when it comes to certain colors being too light or too dark. Like for example, Shade Silver Trot. This little guy here, using this shading method, has always been a pain in the tail for me, because his shade of gray is just too light enough that the lighting effect is not very effective. And that is always a little bit of problem, which is one of the reasons why for years I have been trying to learn how to shade without having to use the dodge and burn tool, because there are better ways to do shading. Also, this kind of looks like this is just an egg sitting in a grassy hill. Alright, anyways, hills. Yeah, these are done. I think I can say that there is done as well. Let's do this last one. This should be very simple and easy and quick to do.
we could retire to the stratosphere and just leave all of it behind. But I don't know if you would want to.
Set this back to 50.
On your mind. Sometimes I wish that you just hated me. That might be easier to bear than being perfectly inadequate when you're in need.
Size 300 again. Oops. Add some more highlighting now. And voila! We have our hills. Nice.
Sometimes I think it's just too big for
Let's bring the tree and the mushroom back.
this love.
And save.
To find this little earth
And drink water.
can't do a thing from up above.
Right. I'm very unhappy with how this tree is looking like right now. But let's work on the mushroom. Yeah, size 300. No, 300 is not good enough. Do 500. let's begin lighting from the edges here, the sides. Okay. Now let's make this dark. And let's make it light again, but only by half. So 50% exposure. And there we go. Now brush 300. And let's add some highlighting the sides like this. Because light is supposed to be coming from the sides for the most part. Yeah, let's try brush 200, an airbrush. And let's add a line of dark right here. I guess that works, but maybe could be a little better. Let's try brush 300.
I don't feel silent anymore. I know where I'm supposed
Yes, there we go. Now check this out. Dodge 2 again. Airbrush number 100. Actually, let's increase the exposure on this one to 100. No. No, I don't think what I just did here works. Let's undo it. I still feel like what I just did here, I still feel like it should be done, just not in the way that I did it. So let's leave it for later for now. This here is something that is going to give me some trouble shading for sure. Not necessarily the actual process of shading itself, but the lighting. Let's use a bigger brush with this. % exposure. Yeah, shading as well. This color is too light for the dodge and burn tools. There we go. Drop the exposure to 50%. Give me an airbrush number 200. Let me see if I can darken this up. I can, but it's a bit too subtle. Where is it? Well, that actually works. It's not as good as I want it to be, as it needs to be, but it works. What if I change the range? Let's try shadows. And no, let's try highlights. Ah yes, highlights does have an impact. An actual impact. Okay, question is, how exactly do I make this work? Like that! Yeah, that seems to be working fine. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay, what if I try this on the red thing here on the mushroom? I'm not sure I like that. Yeah, no I don't. Maybe if I try something like this, but with the dodge tool instead. Let's see, 200 or 100? Let's go with 200. Let's see, shadows? No. Highlights. That is very bright. Too bright, in fact. Let's not do that. Yeah, that's enough for now. Let's save. Layer 6, I made this layer to use for making some sort of texturing for the tree, but I don't think I'm actually gonna need that. Not now, anyway. Okay, this tree. What am I gonna do about the texturing? Ah! I know. I remember. I actually will need layer number 6. And I also will need this brown. And I will also need a brush. Let's give this shade. Let's make a new one. Let's make this new one a little darker. Right? Maybe what I need is a larger brush for that. Yeah, maybe. Alright, I have no idea what I'm about to do. So let's just do it. That's basically how I always work, I just do things, I don't really know what I'm doing. It's fine that I just drew some lines outside of the tree. I want to make it look like this tree actually has a bark. I'm not trying to achieve realism here, mind you. I just want it to look natural. Okay, Now, I'm still not going to name this layer because I have no idea what to name it. Now I'm going to save. And I think I need the smudge. Yes, I need the smudge tool. And I need a brush. I don't know how to describe the brush that I need. But I need something that will give me a nice spread. What if I try one of these? That didn't do anything. What about this one? But of course, at a much larger size. 500? Maybe no, that might be too much. 100. 300. Let's try this at size 300. By the looks of it, this is going to take a little bit of time to process and actually show me the result that I am obtaining. Look, I'm not touching the tablet anymore. Just waiting for Photoshop to finish applying the effect. That is just Photoshop, that's not me anymore. It still hasn't finished, but I can see so far that I might be on the right track, but this can and needs to be better. Okay, it has finished. Yeah, that alone, even though just a rough approximation to what I need, this alone already kind of makes it look like this tree has a bark. Let's try increasing the strength to 100%. Now let's see what this is gonna do. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, that wasn't good. What about 80? I'm not gonna do the whole thing. Let's just see what this is going to look like. It's I could say kind of a middle ground, but it's a little more, it's leaning a little more towards the not good side than the it's good side. Let's try 60. No, let's try 70. %70 strength. Alright, let's wait until this finishes applying. And if I don't like these results now, I'm gonna go back down to 50% and try to apply the smudge tool twice. Okay, this is actually not looking bad. It's not exactly good, but it's on track to somewhere. The voice sounds are not working. I'll have to fix them. At least that one is much easier to fix than the chat. I'm gonna drink. I'm gonna drink and fix the voice. So actually I'm gonna have to hide the stream from you guys for a moment. Exactly. Because I have to request a couple new tokens, authentication tokens for Touch Portal. And I cannot let you see my tokens. There we go. Now the voices should work again. And Photoshop has finished doing the thing. That looks quite fine, actually. There's just a little problem happening right here, where I don't know what exactly is going on there, but that's not good. Let's see if I can fix this, or if I'll have to start it over. How far was exactly the moment where you were hiding your display on the stream? Yes, it was good timing. I might have to start this effect over. Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe not after all. Look at this. This works. Yeah, that looks like a tree bark, right? Now I wonder, if I apply shading to this, is it going to look any better? Let's see. Let's try size 5, no, not 500, let's go for 800. There. Let's set this to size 1000. Range, midtones. Wait a second. Was the dodge tool? The dodge tool was in highlights. No. It has to be midtones. What is he now? I don't think they're means sleeping. I wasn't thinking anything. Thank you so much for dropping by, Torpedo. And your girlfriend. I don't know her name, so I'm just gonna say your girlfriend. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had some fun. Thank you so much for your company. Afric, the exposure here is wrong. There we go. You two have a great week. May this next week be a better one than the one before. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Sleep well, and as always, dream of dragons. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, guys, I think I am onto something here. This is looking even more like a tree bark. Granted, not a realistic one. Again, that's not what I am going for. I just want it to look natural. And I think this is looking natural enough, at least within my style. Let's drop the size of this to 500 and highlight the size a little more. Are you coughing, Riptane? I have a cough too, except that mine is kind of chronic. The result of decades of my mother smoking indoors. I'm sure of it. Okay, let's give this a little more shading to the bottom of the tree now. Drop this to size 500. there. A little bit on the top. This freaking works. It does work. I like it. Okay, let's select the tree trunk like this and erase everything on the bark that is outside, because there's a lot of that going everywhere, way past the tree itself. I gotta invert the selection. There we go. Oh, I know what to name this layer. Tree bark. Yeah. I'm gonna name it tree bark. Tree bark. There. And save. Just for the sake of yes, let me toy around with these effects here and see if any of them are going to improve the appearance of the tree. They probably won't. Why did it go all the way down to luminosity? The heck? Probably won't, but maybe it will. Oh, that's not good. Overlay. Vivid light, linear light, in light. Whoa. If it weren't for the red hues, this could potentially work very well. I wonder, can I change those hues some way? I can, but I can't. Yeah, no, I can't really change them. Not exactly. Too bad. Subtract, divide, hue, saturation, color, luminosity. Yeah, I don't think any of these actually work. Relay, linear dodge, darker color, linear burn. Let's keep linear burn in mind for now. Okay, let's compare normal to linear burn. And let's have Silver Trot on the scene. What about darker color? Yeah, no. Let's just keep it normal. Keep it normal and move on. Oop, frick. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah. That's what the actual layer looks like. Just this, whatever. Look at the difference it makes on the tree. That's incredible, I dare say. Okay, save. And you know what? Background-wise, there isn't all too much left for me to do here. I don't think so. Of course, I still have to enhance the shading some more. I still feel like I should probably replace those clouds, and instead of using clouds from a brush pack, actually draw the clouds myself. These clouds, they work really well in some pictures, but they don't work very well in some other pictures, and I think this is one of those cases. Like, for example, they worked really nicely for this YCH, but they don't seem to be working very well for this one. So that is something that I'm gonna look into, but I'm gonna look into that some other time, because so for now I'm going to remind you guys that I stream every week on Wednesdays, Fridays and Sundays. And actually, wait, hang on a second, isn't today that time changes with the daylight saving time? Hang on a moment. If that is the case, then the times that you are seeing on the schedule there right now are actually wrong. Hang on. Well, according to my phone, it is now 7:41 p.m. in New York, and that is the exact same time that it is over here right now, where I live, and we should have the same time zone. Let me confirm that. Hang on. Daylight Saving Time 2023. Most Americans will set the clocks forward 1 hour this weekend to make the most of the time, which is also a sign of warmer temperatures and brighter days to come. Daylight Savings 2023 March change will be most on Sunday at 2 a.m. only. So yeah, it looks like we are back in sync time-wise. So I have to update the schedules. So having said that, I stream every week on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. I play trucking games every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Fridays, and on Fridays I play a different game also at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Sundays I do art live at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I have a Discord server. It's called Dragon Realms. If you would like to join, you'll be very welcome to. There is a link below the stream that you can click to join through there. However, for the moment, only members of the art group Dragon Realms over at DeviantArt and subscribers to my channel here on Twitch, only those for the moment should have access to the link below and therefore the server. So if you are one of those and would like to join the server, click the link below. I will be opening the server to the general public in the near future. I actually have already been thinking of a date for when I'm gonna do that. But I haven't settled on any dates yet. So I'm not going to tell you anything about that. Just for now, bear in mind that I'm going to open the server soon. If you try to use the link below and it doesn't work, then you can message me either on DeviantArt or on Twitter. Or even send me a whisper here on Twitch. That might be even easier. And I will send you an invitation link directly through there in private. My name on DeviantArt is here on the top of the screen. It is Mike the Dragon. And on Twitter it is @_MikeDragon. As I said, I will open the server to everyone soon, but for now only subscribers and members of the art group can join. And yeah, that's gonna be everything for today. So everyone, thank you so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope we had some fun. I'm sorry for the loss of connection that I had earlier. That's beyond my control. And the other technical difficulties that I had as well, because I'm still super confused about that issue with the brushes. I'm gonna check today's VOD, the earlier parts of the VOD when I was changing those brushes to test them to see which one I would want to use, because I am 100% sure that everything was working exactly as I remember they were. And not as it is right now. So I'm definitely gonna be checking that, and hopefully everything's gonna be working normally on the next show at Sunday. But yeah, everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had some fun, and I hope this next week is going to be a better one for you, for all of us, than the last one has been. So my friends, thank you all once more, and until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well, and as always, dream of dragons. Catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. See you.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't try. Don't bet on taking trips because I'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that not my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fate. Instead, if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion of the truth. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking just because you've got to